Give it a second. Waiting for people to file on in. There, looks like it's live. Welcome to Scotch and Smoke Rings, everybody. If you're here to watch gameplay footage of the game Inscription, the way this program works is we have a Q&A for about the first the first hour or so, and then we dive into the game. So if you're watching the VOD after the broadcast and you're just here for the gameplay, skip ahead about an hour, and that's when the game starts. But for now, it's time for the Q&A. You've got questions, I've got answers. It's time for Scotch and Smoke Rings. Glad to have each and every one of you on the program today. We are live on Facebook, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. Good to see Robin Woodell on YouTube, Aiden and Grim Punishment on Twitch, and of course, all of the regulars and the members and the Patreon supporters on YouTube today. Pickles the Junkyard Cat, Wyoming Homesteader, Paladin Dance's Girlfriend, Alt Grendel, Toxic Sean, Chris McCabe, Not Nick Skinner, Wyoming Homesteader, Vicky T, The Magic Q, Jersey, Automatic Beats, Andre 300, even Dwight Eisenhower is in the chat today. We're going to have a great show. I'm really looking forward to this game. I'm trying new things. Last time, we tried a very unusual game for Scotch and Smoke Rings, my side, and I'm glad I played it. It was weird. I probably won't be playing a game like that again, but I'm glad I tried it out. And today's game is, it's an escape room card horror game, which apparently has great reviews. It was published in 2021. And it's got overwhelmingly positive reviews. It's got pixelated sort of graphics. It's not the kind of game I usually play, but it looked really interesting. And all of the reviews I read said that it has an absolutely amazing story, as well as fun gameplay. So, I haven't played a card game live on Scotch and Smoke Rings since I played Hearthstone back in the day, like in 2011, 2012. So it's been a really long time since I've played a card game on the program, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm really intrigued by the plot of this game, so I hope you guys are going to enjoy it. But for now, let's get into the Q&A. Toby Noble says, "Hey Oxhorn, have you seen the Season 2 Redacted?" Okay, so spoiler alert for Season 2 of the Fallout show. If you don't want spoilers, turn off the audio. I'll give you a thumbs up when I'm done, okay? Spoiler alert. Have you seen the NCR power armor that was released? I saw it today. It looks like Ranger armor, but it's power armor. Yeah, leave it to the amazing fans on the internet to find NCR power armor leaks like the day after I published my video about recent Fallout Season 2 leaks. It would have been great to have that in the video, but sadly I didn't get that out in time. Though I hope you enjoyed the video from last week. I did spend 30 minutes covering all of what Vegas looks like. But yeah, there is footage coming from the set of Season 2 of the Fallout show that appears to show a brand new type of power armor custom built for the NCR. It's something no one has ever seen before. It kind of looks like an adaptation of the T-45, but it's still very unique and very different. And they adapted the helmet as well. The helmet looks like it has been modeled after the Riot Gear armor from Fallout New Vegas, or the Ranger helmets from Fallout New Vegas. So it's strange, bizarre, but also cool. And, it tells me a lot about the NCR power armor. So I'm pretty excited about that. All right, no more spoilers on that. Thumbs up. Toxic Sean says, "So I'm so tired. Today is a 10-kilometer hike with big hills. So glad to settle down with the friendly neighborhood Oxhorn. Cheers to everyone. Always makes my day." Thank you, Toxic Sean. Cheers to you as well. Enclave Leader says, "Ox, there's more leaks from Juicehead showing Redacted we had not seen before. Looks awesome. Should check it out." Yeah, I was made aware of this like the moment my video went live on Saturday. So Very aware of it, and it looks cool, but my video's out, so I'm not going to talk about it again. But yeah, it's pretty amazing. Archduke says, greetings. Greetings there, Archduke. Alt Grendel says, Chad wants to know if you're going to check out Atomfall. It's out today. Not today. I'm probably not going to be tackling Atomfall today. It looks interesting, but again, it's not the kind of game that I typically cover on Scotch and Smoke Rings, and I don't really have any other typical broadcast days. So yeah, it doesn't look like that particular game is going to fit into my schedule. As amazing as it looks. Wayne Azing says, Aloha, Oxhorn. Check out Atomfall. New game just came out. It's right up your alley. Thanks for your awesome content. Hardcore to the mega. Thank you, Wayne Azing. And yeah, I looked at the footage of Atomfall when the page came out on Steam. I think you guys are the ones who shared it with me, and it does look really interesting. But a man only has so much time, and sadly, I don't have time right now. Vicky T says, hi, Ox and chat. Hope you're all doing well. Have you seen the trailer for The Last of Us Season 2? Also, without spoilers, you're going to love this, Ox. Inscription is more than likely nothing what you think. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I didn't read any story reviews or plot spoilers. I haven't even played the game yet. I loaded it up to make sure that it works on my machine, and that's it. So I'm going into this blind, and I think we're all going to have a really good time. Greg Williams says, I'm not really worried about nuclear war. After all, I'm married. I'm here all night. As always, love you, Ox in chat. Thank you, Greg Williams. What this show really needed was an injection of boomer humor. So I'm glad you're here to fill that role, Greg. Corley Gibson says, hey, Ox in chat, glad to watch until I get sleepy enough to actually go to sleep. Well, Corley, you're in the right place. Hopefully, we'll entertain you, and then you can get some sleep. Rachel says, maybe check out The Cabin Factory, a short indie horror game where you inspect cabins to determine whether or not they're haunted. All right, I'm going to add it to the list. All right, very positive reviews. Thank you for that one. Signata says, something to celebrate. I got into the South Dakota School of Mines Paleontology Master Program for fall 2025. Wow, Paleontology Master Program. Holy cow, congratulations, Signata. No small feat. Well done, and thank you for coming to share with us. Okay, so a brief announcement. As many of you know, I have been employing a variety of nannies here at the household to help me in my raising of the children and all of that. And our current nanny has a cat named Louie. And Louie is a very, very sweet cat. But something happened and Louie broke his jaw. And we don't know what happened, but it requires immediate surgery, and the surgery is $6,000. So my nanny and her partner have set up a GoFundMe to try and gather funds for Louie's emergency jaw surgery. And I wanted to share the link with all of you in case any of you felt it on your heart to help out them with their emergency surgery. So you're going to find a link to their GoFundMe pinned in the chat here on YouTube. There's also a link in the description here on YouTube as well to their GoFundMe. And if any of you would like to donate to them instead of donating to me today, I'd deeply appreciate it. I know they would deeply appreciate it. And I know that there are lots of pet lovers and cat lovers in the chat today. If you love animals and if you don't want to see this lovely little boy disappear from the world forever, please donate if you can. So again, this is for Louie the cat's emergency jaw surgery. GoFundMe in the description. Any amount helps, whether it's $2, $5, $10, whatever is on your heart to give. Please help out Louie the cat today. Thank you very much, chat. Enclave Leader says, you seem distant from Fallout 76. There's gleaming depths and the Ghoul update. It may be a while to get more DLC for the Enclave. Where's the lore videos? Well, I mean, if it's going to be a while before we get more DLCs for Fallout 76, then that means I've got all the time in the world to cover that content, right? I'm focusing on a series right now, and I'm close to finishing up. So my priority is to finish up the series that I'm currently involved with. In particular, my story of the Minutemen, because once I finish the full story of the Minutemen, I finish the full story of Fallout 4, a series that I've been working on for 2 years. So that's my priority. Once I'm done with that, it's going to free me up to tackle other side topics, whether it's a random video about this topic there or a random video about Fallout 76. I'll be able to do that kind of thing once I'm done with this series on the Minutemen. That is the plan. Urarabur says, what do Alexander the Great and Winnie the Pooh have in common? Same middle name. All right, that's pretty good. I actually like that a lot. Alexander the Great and Winnie the Pooh. They share a similar middle name. Well done, Urarabur. Greg says, I gave a bit for Louie along with my super chat here. Cheers, Oxen chat. Thank you, Greg. I'm sure Louie's parents are going to deeply, deeply appreciate it. It came as a huge shock to them both. I mean, this is the way it is when you have pets. It's happened to me. Like, had I known that just random medical emergencies would happen with dogs, I don't know if I would have gotten them. But both of my dogs have had just random medical emergencies, and thankfully I've been in a position to be able to tackle them as they've happened. But not everybody can do that, and when a very serious medical emergency happens, it's literally a choice between, saving the animal and going into debt, or just allowing this member of your family, as many people consider their pets to be, to die. And that's the choice that they're having to deal with right now. And it's just so sad, and it's so hard. And I don't want anyone to have to go through that. So if you have it in your heart, donate to them, help out Louie the cat. Hopefully they can get what they need for this surgery. Dark Lord says, hi, everyone. Hi there, Dark Lord. Good to see you on the program. Cleansed in Fire says, just got in from seeing one of my favorite bands in concert with my wife. I just wanted her to know that she is the weaver of my greatest memories. What a poetic way to put that. Thank you very much, Cleansed in Fire. And it's clear that you love your wife. Very sweet. Preston Garvey says, I heard they'll fix the cat at the farm. They'll fix the cat at the farm? I don't understand. Is that a reference to something? I don't understand what you mean by farm. We'll see. Seth Betweiser says, your Hearthstone experience will definitely help. Thank you, Seth. I haven't played Hearthstone in a decade, so it's been a while. Hopefully, I'll still remember how to play it, so that I'll do good at this card game today. Urarabur says, we've been together so long. Heart. We have indeed, Urarabur. Many smoky hearts right back at you. Gianna says, hey, Oxen fam, hope everyone is doing well. Thank you, Gianna. I'm doing very well. I've got my cigar. I've got my rum and coke, though I started on it early today. Don't tell anyone. And my scotch. It's going to be a great night. I'm full of energy. And I've made great progress on my lore video for the weekend. For this weekend, we're going to be continuing with the full story of the Minutemen, and it is an important episode. Big things happen in this coming episode. One of the most unique things that can happen in the story of Fallout 4. Really, really, really epic battle. So you don't want to miss it. I'm having a lot of fun putting this episode together. Samurai Revan says, I've been there too. My dog had cancerous cells and had to get them removed. It was costly, but worth it to give him a few more years. Yeah, and those few years, you don't realize how much they mean to you until they're gone. I remember my childhood dog. I had a little American Eskimo named Duke. And I never wanted an American Eskimo. When I was a kid, I wanted a Husky. I didn't know they were as loud as they were. But my grandpa at the time, he was a sailor, and he had his ship docked in port in Tacoma. And a friend of his was getting rid of a dog. It was a brand new puppy. And he knew that I was looking for a dog because we had just moved into our new house. And my mom and dad told me that when they bought their first house, that's when they would give me a dog. And so they bought their first house. I really wanted a dog. I wanted this husky. I knew I wanted to name him Duke. And then my grandpa calls from the dockyard and says, hey, we found this beautiful dog in need of a new home. Its name is Duke. And I think it's exactly what you're looking for. I'm like, all right. And so we get there, and turns out it's this tiny, white little fluff ball. And it didn't look anything like a husky. It looked like a girl's dog is what I was thinking when I was a kid. But it was from my grandpa, and I knew he was just trying to do the right thing. And I didn't want to disappoint him, so I accepted it. I'm like, all right, I guess this will be my childhood dog. And then, of course, I fell in love with Duke. He was my childhood dog, and he went through my teenage years. And then I moved away for college and then my career. And I remember I got a notification from my mom many, many years later on the day that Duke sadly passed from old age. And the feeling I felt when that happened was just so unexpected. I remember being shocked that I was feeling as sad as I was. It was just a really painful experience. So, pets can be incredibly important to a family and to your personal life. So I'm glad that your cancer situation was sorted, my friend. Enclave Leader says, I noticed the NCR helm you got there. You got a full NCR cosplay set. Etsy sells them riot chest piece, long coats, etc. I have the helmet there not because I like cosplaying as NCR, but because I like collecting things. So I never wear it. I just put it on display. That is for display purposes only. So no, I don't have the rest of the suit of armor because it would be very large and hard to fit inside my office. Uraber says, on a full-on note, Mad Jack's story, who knew? Yeah, I mean, they plumbed the depths of human despair with the personal stories of the companions in Fallout London. And so far, Mad Jack's story is really touching and sweet. And I'm really interested to learn how that story develops in the future. Cheng Yang says, hi, Ox, real question. How do you deal with bills, rent, and tax? I mean, the same way everybody does, right? You pay it because you have to. I mean, when it comes to taxes, it's a double-edged sword because on one hand, I'm extremely blessed to have the job that I have. But on the other hand, that blessing has made my tax situation extremely complex. So whereas I used to do TurboTax and all of that stuff, I now hire a team to do my company's taxes. I had to turn this whole thing into an actual LLC. And so they deal with the tax situation and I provide documents, and it still takes a lot of work on my end. But thankfully, they have to worry about the legal ends and make sure I've got all my I's dotted and T's crossed. But in terms of rent and bills and all of that, I mean, you pay the bills when they come. And you prioritize it. You make a ritual out of it. Every time you go to your mailbox, if a bill is there, the first thing you do is sit down at the kitchen table, write the check, and put it in the mail. If you don't, you're going to forget about it. I know I do. If I take the bill out of the mailbox and I throw it on my table or at my desk, I'll take care of that later. 3 months will go by, and then I'll get a knock on the door from a collection agency telling me that I forgot about a bill. So I've had to turn it into a routine where whenever I get a bill, whatever it is, I immediately take care of it. Otherwise, I'll forget about it. So that's how I deal with that. Alien Face says, Space Marine 2 is a pretty great game if you like the 40K world. Stay amazing, Ox. Thank you, Alien Face. I do like the 40K world. Space Marine 2. I'll have to check it out. Greg says, your Fallout Show Season 2 episode was fantastic, by the way. Very comprehensive and easy to digest for someone like me who's a bit out of touch with the media. Well, Greg, you're welcome. I thought it would be fun to turn it into a story of how the sets evolved over time to get a better understanding of why the sets were changing as time went on. John M says, "Hey Ox, do you plan to play Atomfall?" I hadn't planned to play Atomfall as I didn't think that it was a good fit for Scotch and Smoke Rings, but there's clearly an abundance of interest in the chat for Atomfall, so I may have to revisit whether or not I want to play it. It's releasing today, now available on Steam, but we're not playing it today. Not right now, anyway. Greg gifted 5 Oxhorn memberships to the community. Congratulations to Clell Biggs, Signata, Just Lauren, Riav Kin, and Captain Boy Clay. I love the Google suggestions for Atomfall. The top one is Atomfall basically Fallout? Atomfall is supposedly the British version of Fallout. 7 out of 10 on Steam, 8 out of 10 on IGN. Action survival game set in the historic 1960s, an alternate 1960s. Looks interesting. Apocalypse Meow says, "Have a good one, Ox. Love Inscription." Thank you so much, Apocalypse Meow. Just Cowboy says, "My side was an interesting deviation, but I'm glad we're back on script." A little bit. I mean, I typically don't do card games, but this will be fun. Pop Blender says, "Ox, a knock on the door." Come on, man. You're not a boomer. I'm 50 and I don't write checks anymore, nor do I get a knock on the door when a bill isn't paid. Lol. And yet, you understood what I meant, right? I actually still do write checks because I have a lot of them, right? I bought a book of checks like 15 years ago, and you're right, I never use checks anymore, but I don't want them to go to waste, so I pay bills with them. I want to get through it. I have this huge book of checks. It came in a box, and it's got like 10 books of checks in it, and I'm determined to get through all of them so that I don't throw them away, and paying bills is my best opportunity to go through all the checks. So yeah, that's why I'm doing it. And you're right, I haven't gotten a knock on the door in a while. Really, the only people who knock on my door are deliveries and Jehovah's Witnesses. Enclave Leader says, there's a theory I have had on the canon to Fallout 4. If the Minutemen destroys the Institute, the Brotherhood of Steel would potentially see the Minutemen as a potential threat. Their muskets can be salvaged to rifles, a costly war. There's certainly an ending to Fallout 4 where the Brotherhood does see the Minutemen as a threat and attack you, right? Which we'll get to in my series on the full story of the Minutemen. Greg says, "As someone who works in corporate accounting, please stop using checks if you can, lol." Really? I thought people liked checks. It's a hard paper trail. You can photocopy a check. No, you don't like checks? Oh, you don't like it when bills are paid in checks, huh? Well, I'm almost done with my book. I figure a couple more years of writing checks for every single bill, and I'll finish my entire checkbook, and then I won't have to buy another one. Vampiric Jess says, "Next February will be 10 years since I started watching your videos. Getting off to continued schooling, getting some takeout and watching your vids." Getting off of continued schooling. Got you. I read that wrong. And getting some takeout and watching your vids. Well, Vampiric Jess, thank you so much. 10 years. I can't believe it. You're right. It has been 10 years. I was looking at my old Machinima videos for World of Warcraft, and some of those videos are getting ready to turn 20 years old this year. It's insane. It doesn't even feel like it. Plus, I'm in the habit of writing checks. I don't have all of the apps installed that people now use for transactions, like Apple Pay. I don't even know where to begin with that. I don't know what that does. I remember, like, back when I was working my 9 to 5, every, once or twice a month, I would wake up and grab all of the bills that I have and go to a coffee shop on my way to work and just sit down and pay all of my bills, write out checks for all of my bills, put them in the envelopes, put on the stamp, and then stop by the post office on the way to work and drop them off. And that would be my ritual for how I paid bills. It's what I got used to. And I don't have to leave the house at all for any reason now. But that's still kind of what I do for all of my bills, mainly because it's what I'm used to. I'm sure someday I'll install the apps, but I don't like that kind of stuff. Like, I don't do the thumbprint on your phone. I don't do the face recognition. I don't like any of that stuff. So, yeah, there's a lot of catching up I got to do, apparently. Samurai Ravan says, you get Jehovah's Witnesses living in the Tweez? I do. Well, it's happened once. I've been here for, 6 years now? Five or 6 years? And we did have Jehovah's Witnesses appear once. I was shocked. But they went all the way down my long driveway and knocked on the door. I was like, wow, they found me. They did. But they've never come back. Enclave Leader says, second theory, we blow up the Pridwin, but after that war, siding with the Minutemen, remnants make their way to D.C., come back for retaliation, and rebuild the Pridwin. After all, how it took 10 years to build it. I'm trying to figure out why you think that the Minutemen would ever want to ally with the Enclave or the Enclave remnants. I'm pretty sure the Minutemen wouldn't want anything to do with the Enclave. But it's an interesting theory. Gianna says, before hopping in here, I had just finished book 18 of my reading challenge, reading an average of 1 book per week. Previous read books doesn't count. Well, congratulations, Gianna. Thank you for the update on your continuing reading challenge. Congratulations on finishing book 18. Travis says, don't do a thumb or face ox. Even the scan QR code is questionable. This is an opinion of a senior in an electrical engineering degree. It all just creates cross-app/activity access. Yeah, I'm glad that you're vindicating me here, because I've been uncomfortable with all of that. I still use the good old-fashioned passwords, and I actually have to have another app where I keep all of my passwords because I have to change them so frequently that I can't remember them. And they have to be so complicated that I can't remember them. So if I were to ever lose my phone, I don't know what I would do, because it has all my passwords. It's, yeah, I hope that never happens. Cheng Yang says, every time I watch your Institute intro, I feel like you did X6 so dirty. He's like, can I join in? I like that at the very end, right? The directors are all doing their pose, and at the end, X6 just sort of steps into frame. He's like, what? Yeah. Enclave Leader says, not referring to the Enclave Brotherhood of Steel remnants in Boston. Oh, a Boston Brotherhood of Steel remnants? Well, in order for the Brotherhood of Steel remnants to rebuild the Pridwin, they would have to develop a force sufficiently large to come back to Boston and scour the ruins of the Boston airport for enough scrap from the wreckage of the Pridwin in order to rebuild it, which doesn't seem practical at all. If they were going to build another Pridwin, they'd probably use the scrap that's in the Capital Wasteland. It doesn't make sense to go back to the Capital Wasteland, then back to Boston to get the Pridwin scrap, and then take that scrap back to the Capital Wasteland to rebuild a Pridwin out of scrap from the former Pridwin. Though, I'm sure there are some remnants of the Brotherhood of Steel in Boston. Are they organized, though? That's the big question. Scott E. says, what do you think of the theory the Brotherhood in the show is made up of former Legion? I mean, it's a fantasy. There's no evidence in the show for that at all. None. So it's an idea. It's an idea, and ideas are great. But before we can take an idea and turn it into a theory, we actually have to have some sort of foundation for it. It's an unreasonable theory at the moment. Inky Black says, playing Witcher 3 and Red Dead Redemption 2 again on Series X. Your stream's helping a lot. I missed a lot on first playthroughs. Thank you, Inky Black. You're welcome. Hope you enjoy those streams. I had so much fun making them. AI Radio says, oh my God, I remember recommending this game to you 6 days ago. I didn't expect you to play it so soon. This is why you're my favorite YouTuber, Ox. Thank you. Well, thank you, AI Radio. I had it on my list, probably from your recommendation. And of all of the games that were at the top of the list, this one looked the most interesting. So looking forward to tackling it. Vampiric Jess says, forgot to mention, be nice to the friendly merchant in Resident Evil 4. He is only trying to make conversation with his only 2 customers, lol. Yeah, I mean, the merchants in the Resident Evil franchise have never made any sense because they're not setting up shop in any sort of reasonable location. Perhaps they'll expound upon that in the future. Jose N. Sevilla says, I am the great Ananias. I have tales of a ghost that haunts these very grounds, as well as a genuine Egyptian mummy that you can see right here in this marvelous sarcophagus. Nothing like a Fallout 2 reference to make you happy. Wait, was that Fallout 2 or Fallout 1? It was in the hub, wasn't it? I don't remember which one it was in. Goat in a boat, in an oat, in a float on Twitch says, I was always under the impression that Fallout 76 was a bad game, but then I actually played it and it was pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good now. They've done a lot of work to it to address many of the major criticisms that Fallout 76 got from the community upon release. One of them was that it was empty. The world seemed dead because everyone was dead, according to the original plot of the game. And there were lots of server instability issues that they have mostly ironed out since then. Tokobot says, hey Ox, I discovered a business near me that makes furniture out of old wine barrels. My new mission in life is to see if they'd design a bed frame out of an old whiskey/bourbon/Scotch barrel. That's an interesting idea. I hope you can get one. Sounds great. Fat Gandalf on Twitch says, hey Ox, where can I order that comfortable chair you have? I had it custom made, so you can't actually order it anywhere. You could probably get one like this, custom made for you, but I found an Amish woodworking shop that had a website, how the Amish have a website. I don't know, but I don't understand their rules. Clearly, it's okay for the Amish to have a website if they do, right? Because they wouldn't be breaking their own rules. But yeah, I found an Amish woodworking website, and I gave them a description of what I wanted, and this is what they came up with. And it's very comfortable. Enclave leader says, if you had to pick between two evil factions by choice to join the ranks, which would it be? Enclave or Legion? Those are your options. He's the one who put in the I mean, it's easy. Enclave. There is no redeemable quality to the Legion at all. Everything about them is just horrible. The Enclave, at least, are deluded enough to think that they're representing the United States of America, that they're bearing the banner of the USA, that they're trying to make the world a better place by killing everybody in the world because they're mutants and they don't have perfect DNA. Yeah, the logic doesn't make sense. But at least some of them are deluded enough to actually believe that they're doing good. No one in the Legion believes that they're doing good. They all understand that they're evil, but they think that that's the way it's supposed to be in a post-apocalypse. That might makes right, which of course isn't true. If might made right, then the NCR was right, because the NCR defeated the Legion at the First Battle of Hoover Dam, and yet they continue to fight the NCR. So they're completely inconsistent in their own worldview. Okay, Chad is saying that on Twitch I still don't have the correct game tagged on it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but I'll try again. Okay, it should be fixed now. I don't know why it's making me do that every time I go live, but on Twitch, it should read the correct game. Tokobot on Twitch says, I didn't mind the emptiness of Fallout 76 at launch. I mean, the bombs basically only just dropped, although I'm not sure bats would evolve into scorch beasts in, 25 years after the ball? Well, yes, but you have to realize it's radiation-induced evolutionary mutations, right? And the magic radiation of the Fallout universe just causes things to happen. We don't have to explain them. The science doesn't matter. It's radiation, and radiation is magic. But yeah, you're right. I, like you, actually enjoyed exploring a rather dead Fallout 76 West Virginia wasteland. It never bothered me that all I ever found was robots. It never bothered me that all I ever found were holotapes and notes. That actually made it feel more like a single-player game to me, which is what I wanted to play. But there are people who actually want to play a multiplayer Fallout 76 game. And to play a multiplayer game where you don't find anyone, no NPCs. The NPCs make the world feel bigger than it is. The NPCs now make the world feel more alive than it is, because even on the most populous server, you're only going to run into 20 people? 25 people? They're not very large servers. So I'm glad they added the NPCs because it made more people happy. It definitely made the world feel more lived in, and it allowed them to tell more interesting stories. It would have been very difficult for them to do a Steel Rain or a Steel Dawn DLC without actual people showing up in West Virginia, right? So, for better or worse, we've got NPCs now, and even though I really enjoyed exploring the world without NPCs, I'm glad they're back. Preston Garvey says, remember, Ox, the Fallout also has the Eldritch Gods. That's true. There is some sort of Lovecraftian nightmare that is canonically within the Fallout universe. And it's there since Fallout 3. It's in Fallout 4. It's in Fallout 76 repeatedly. So there is some sort of otherworldly, oppressive eldritch horror that's canonically in the Fallout universe. And perhaps that can explain why the radiation from the Great War of 2077 was so dramatic and has had such long-reaching ramifications. Jose Arcansivia says, when are we going to get the Fallout Bible narrated by your angelic voice? Oh, I should come out with an audiobook of me reading the Fallout Bible by Chris Avalon. Yeah, probably not high up on my to-do list. A funny idea, though. Cubed says, glad to see you playing Inscription. Thank you, Cube. I'm really looking forward to it. It's not something I typically do, and I'm kind of excited for the deviation from what I typically do. Enclave Leader says, what type of power armor in the Fallout TV show would you like to see make a cameo? Though I am an Enclave at heart Exo-1 Tesla armor, I'd have to say Anchorage T-51B. Yeah, I think the T-51B is such an iconic power armor to the Fallout franchise that it should show up in the show at some point. I understand why we only saw the T-60, and that's because the only people we saw using power armor during Season 1 were members of the Brotherhood of Steel. And ever since Maxon, they've exclusively used T-60. But if they start exploring ruined military bases, more underground vaults, we start finding other factions, I hope that they show us more types of power armor. Cubed says, just wondering, what's your favorite 3D shape? An octagon. How's that? Or a sphere cubed. Huh? A sphere cubed, 3 balls. Yay, balls. Tony J says, on the Legion swearing off technology fully is stupid. But if you had lots of men from low-tech tribes and limited guns, it would make sense to promote ideas of making them run into battle with a spear. Yeah, of course, if that were the reality. But it's not. That's not the world. I mean, it's the tribal universe within the Fallout universe is not one of guns being a rare resource. It's not like Metro, where currency is ammunition because ammunition is so scarce. It's plentiful. As we learned from Zion Canyon. During the Honest Hearts DLC, we found 2 remote tribes, absolutely flooded with guns. Like, both the White Legs and the, I forget the other one. They had tons of guns. And they weren't just, like, revolvers. They were submachine guns, machine guns, power fists. They had high-tech guns in these remote tribes, right? Even in Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, tribes people would use guns all the time. It wasn't just spears and melee weapons. So I just don't think it's realistic that any faction in the Fallout universe should shrug off modern technology or long-range weaponry in principle when they live in a world where literally every faction, including backwards tribals, use them. Enclave leader says, do you think EDE made it to Navarro? Since he had blueprints for Hellfire power armor, do you think NCR would you like to see the NCR using Hellfire suits? No, we know from the events of Fallout New Vegas that Navarro was destroyed by the NCR. So EDE, if he did make it to Navarro, he found utter destruction. And Navarro was destroyed shortly after the events of Fallout 2. I think it was only a matter of years after the events of Fallout 2 that Navarro was destroyed by the NCR. So, yeah, I don't think Eddie made it to Navarro, but if he did, it would have been in ruins. Though it's possible he could have found some sort of schematic in the ruins of Navarro. TokoBot19 says, if there was a quest with a bunch of holotapes voiced by your fine pipes, I'd be inclined to pre-order Fallout 5 whenever that were to happen. Well, wouldn't that be nice? I'd love that. Not on the horizon anytime soon. Enclave leader says, Camp Navarro. All right, thank you for those words. Let me know if you'd like to elaborate on them in a future message. Just Lauren says, Oxhorn, something I've been wondering, was Dance a human replaced by a synth, or was there never a human Dance to begin with? We don't know, but I think the most likely explanation is that there was never a human Dance to begin with. Just like there was never a human Curry, right? Not every synth was created to be a replacement of an actual human. For example, all of the synths in the Institute that were created to be slaves were not modeled after a real person. They were just made, and they have their own distinct look, their own brains, etc. As for Dance, he couldn't have been created by the Institute to be a plant within the Brotherhood of Steel because the timeline doesn't match up. He has memories of living in Rivet City with his friend Cutler before he joined the Brotherhood of Steel. And the Brotherhood of Steel, as we know, as every single game has made very clear, takes exemplary historical records of everything that happens within the Brotherhood, including where all of their soldiers come from. In fact, blind betrayal couldn't even happen as a quest if the Brotherhood wasn't so absolutely anal about recording literally every detail about all of their soldiers. So the idea that the Brotherhood can just embrace this guy as a member of the Brotherhood of Steel, having never seen him before, doesn't make a lot of sense. Greg says, Camp Navarro. Thank you, Greg. Those are also very good words. Let me know if you'd like to elaborate on it. Enclave leader says, according to Arcade Gannon, Camp Navarro was overrun with NCR and Brotherhood forces who control it now, or if it's in ruins, we don't know. Yeah, Arcade Gannon says that Navarro was overrun by NCR. So, it's not there anymore. Like, it used to be a military base for the Enclave, and now the NCR took it over. I think they pretty much destroyed it. Additionally, the Institute has exemplary records as well of all of their infiltrator synths. And of many of the infiltrator synths that we know about have terminal entries within the Institute. Mayor McDonough, for example, Roger Warwick. But there's no entry about Dance at all. Even when it comes to synths that have gone missing, we don't find any reference to a synth that went missing in the Capital Wastelands, or a synth that... There's one entry that talks about a synth that went missing around the ruins of the Boston airport, but Dance came from the Capital Wastelands, not the Boston airport. So that entry couldn't have been about Dance. Plus, Dance has been a member of the Brotherhood for a very long time, for decades, right? So I think the most likely explanation is that he was a rescued synth, rescued by the railroad, who found his way to the Capital Wastelands after having his mind wiped by the railroad and having memories of a life in the Capital Wastelands implanted into him. I think that's the most likely explanation. Alt Grendel gives us a story between a bouncer and himself. The bouncer says, "I'm going to have to ask you to leave." I say, "Why?" And the bouncer says, "I don't know who you are, and this is my trampoline." Because he's a bouncer. Thank you, Alt Grendel. Retro Wave says, "I'm anxious to see if the Fallout show will introduce the Enclave to a big role in the show. Personally, I would like to see them in a big role in the future. I can't wait for the next season." Yeah, I can't imagine them getting very far without being forced to introduce the Enclave as a bigger presence. They could have given us the information, the cold fusion information, in a number of different ways. They didn't have to give it to us by introducing the Enclave as a thriving force in California, but they did. And I don't think they're going to leave that alone. It's possible that they will, but I don't think they're going to introduce the Enclave as this big force and then leave it at that and not bring them back in the future. AI Radio says, "Choose a vault to live in, Vault 11 or Vault 112. Vault 112? Oh my God, you're right. Tranquility Lane. See, that's how well I know it. I know it by Tranquility Lane instead of Vault 112. That's a great question, and it's a tricky one. I mean, the thing with Vault 112 is that it's escapism, right? Most of the people there didn't realize what was happening to them, even though they were essentially, some of them, repeatedly tortured over and over again by Stanislaus Braun. Wow, I don't want that. I think I would go Vault 11. If I had to, go Vault 11. Enclave says, Enclave leader says, "What I'm saying is Eddie to Camp Navarro. It's impossible for Eddie E to hover to the presidential oil rig without refueling in the ocean or repairs." Yeah, I get that. And what I'm saying is that Camp Navarro is no longer held by the Enclave, right? So if Eddie does arrive at Camp Navarro and sees it occupied by the NCR or sees it in ruin, either way, he's not going to be able to get what he wants. He was sent with information related to the Duraframe project, specifically to Navarro, to hand that information off to another Enclave officer, which he could no longer do according to the timeline of Fallout New Vegas. So no matter what, he arrives at Navarro, whether it's in ruins or whether it's occupied, still intact but occupied by the NCR, he can't achieve his mission because the Enclave isn't there. Preston Garvey says there's a guy that wipes synths' minds in Rivet City. Yeah, you're right. There is a guy in Rivet City who can wipe synths' minds. So that's certainly an explanation as well. Northern Berserker says, "Skeptical of video game shows, but Fallout hooked me from episode 1, and that ending was emotional. Were you as impressed as me?" I was impressed. As I said in a previous video, I liked 98% of the Fallout show. They made a few choices with the lore that I would never have made, that I was a little disappointed that they made, that I thought were completely avoidable and didn't add to furthering the plot. Aside from those few choices, I thought that most of what they did with the show was really well done. Jake Ben says, happy Friday, Ox and all. By the way, Ox, will you be playing Atomfall sometime in the future? I very much recommend it. Thanks, Jake Benz. Yeah, I've had a number of people recommend that to me. I don't know if I'll be tackling it anytime soon, but if I do, I'll let you know. Enclave Leader says he could pull a Curie and just say, here you go. Explain? Who is he? Are you talking about Eddie? What did Curie say, here you go to? And who would Eddie say, here you go to? Again, there's no Enclave left at Navarro. So that's the big problem. Who would he say, here you go to? If he's giving the Duraframe project stuff to someone at Navarro and there's no one there, right? That's the big logical thing that we've got to figure out. Robot Boy says, do you think the Enclave is comically evil or meant to represent something else? The Enclave was a vehicle for tongue-in-cheek criticism of America in the 1990s. That's what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be an uber America that had gone full-on fascist. It was a scientific fascist dictatorship that believed certain unscientific things about biology that allowed them to create a sort of nationalized bigotry against the genetically impure. That's really the extent of it. It is kind of comically evil because it's pretty extreme. And yet, we've seen pretty extreme, comically evil things happen in our own world as well. So, as far-fetched as the Enclave is as an organization, the world can be pretty far-fetched sometimes. Scott E. says, have you seen any leaks on the show so far? I have. In fact, on last Saturday, I published a video talking about all of the recent leaks we've learned about New Vegas for Season 2. I encourage you to watch it. Wayne Azing says a doctor broke his leg while auditioning for a play. Luckily, he still made the cast. Well done, Wayne Azing. Just Rice says, still unsure how they're going to explain the state of Vegas without completely nullifying our choices in New Vegas, but I'm keeping an open mind. Yeah, you know, we've been told that Todd Howard wanted to make sure that the producers didn't remove any of the player autonomy when making the series. Didn't set in stone any options that we could have made from the games. And yet, they clearly did in Season 1, right? For the Pridwin to exist in California during the events of the Fallout show, then 2 of the possible 4 endings for Fallout 4 are now impossible, are now not canonical. So they clearly didn't follow his recommendations very strongly there. When we arrive in Vegas at the end of Season 1, we don't arrive, but Hank does. When Hank arrives in Vegas at the end of Season 1, he finds Vegas on fire. The streets are in ruins. A battle has been waged there. And it's not a fresh battle. The Deathclaw corpses are all skeletonized. The NCR corpses are likewise all skeletonized, right? It's been at least months since the battle waged in the streets of Vegas. And you'd think that if people still lived there, they would have cleaned up the corpses a bit after a couple of months, right? In order for somebody to die in the middle of the street and decompose to such an extent that only a brittle, sun-bleached skeleton remains, then The people who still live there, if anyone still lives there, must have just gone about their day ignoring all of the bodies in the street for months, which of course is unrealistic. So, what happened to the people of Vegas? Is Vegas still a thriving community? The evidence we've seen so far makes us think no, that it's not. And if that's the case, then they've done something to permanently alter one of the major cities in the Fallout canon. One of my frustrations with the show is that I've been feeling, and I briefly mentioned this in my video on Saturday, that what the showrunners have done is they've just taken things that were created in other games and destroyed them. They found Shady Sands, and they just destroyed it. Instead of making something new, they just destroyed something that was already there. They found the NCR, and they destroyed it. Or they altered it to such an extent that it's unrecognizable. And it looks like they may have done that with Vegas. They go to the Mojave Wasteland, and instead of making something new or coming out with a play that takes place within the ruins of Vegas, they just destroyed it. I don't want the TV show to just be Jonathan Nolan running around in the Fallout universe, destroying this and destroying that. Oh, look, the followers of the apocalypse. You're dead. Oh, look, the Minutemen. You're dead. Oh, look, the NCR. I'm going to kill you too. Destroy, destroy, destroy. That's not good storytelling. That's not interesting to me, and I don't want to see that happen. It's still just the beginning of Season 2. We don't know what's really going to happen, so I'm hoping that my fears are unfounded. That's my hope. I'm hoping my fears are unfounded. And when Nolan accepted his award for Best Game Adaptation, he told us all that we're going to be grateful that we didn't freak out when we saw the streets of Vegas in ruins. So all we can do at the moment is take him at his word and hope for the best. Corley Gibson says, which vault in the entire franchise would be the worst to live in? The Gary Vault would be pretty bad. The Gary Vault would be very bad. Robot Boy says, as of now, the Enclave has been mostly destroyed. Do you think they will explain the remaining in the Fallout TV show? Because I can't see them having a strong force to back them up. It's possible that they will. I touched on this briefly in my first video on Fallout Season 2 spoilers. But it's possible that they might be rebuilding the Enclave using a familiar face. Or rather, I should say a familiar voice. But we don't know exactly what they're going to do. I think it's going to be very difficult for them to justify the existence of the Enclave in Season 2 or in any future season if they don't take the time to explain how it rebuilt itself. Is it possible? Yeah, it's totally possible for the Enclave to have rebuilt itself, for the Enclave to have a new, strong leader, but they're just going to have to take the time to explain it. Enclave leader says, ever wonder what's going on at Nellis Air Force Base in 2296 in the Fallout TV series? Sure. Yeah. Nellis Air Force Base, Camp McCarran, every other location in Fallout New Vegas. Name a location. I'm sure something interesting has been going on there in 2296. So, I mean, nothing specific. Like, I don't spend my time wondering what the boomers are up to. But would I love to hear what they've been doing for the past 15 years? Sure, that'd be nice. Josh Garcia says, watching the entire first season of the Fallout show on stream was such an experience. Do you think we'll be able to watch the second season in the same manner? Lots of love, Ox. If I get permission. The only reason we were able to do that is because Amazon personally came to me and said, you can stream this on Twitch. That was the only reason we were allowed to do it. And it was a lot of fun, and I'm glad we did it. If they do that again for season 2, then yeah, I'll do it again. Colonel 87th says, hey, Ox, finally got you. What have you been doing? Hey, Colonel 87th, it's so good to see you again. I've been fine. I've just been working on content, making videos, video after video. It's what I do. Northern Berserker says, are both Cooper and Lucy considered protagonists? I mean, I think it's Cooper, Lucy, and Max are the three main protagonists. I mean, the Ghoul is an anti-hero. He's not a good person. He's an evil karma character, but we are meant to sympathize with him, which is why they included the flashbacks to his previous life before the war as Cooper Howard. And in that way, he's a protagonist. It's also possible that he's going to have some sort of character change as time goes on. I mean, his character did evolve during the events of the first season as well. He remembered empathy. He remembered mercy. Thanks to Lucy. Lucy reminded him of things that he had forgotten. Lucy reminded him that he didn't have to be brutal to survive. So I think we did see a little bit of a change of his character towards the end of season 1. Is he completely changed? Probably not. I think he's probably still as vicious and as cutthroat as he is. But I also think we're going to see his character evolve to the point where he's not going to just simply be an evil karma character. I think his karma is going to change over time. The question is, will Lucy's karma be dragged down? I don't think so, but it's possible. As for Maximus, I don't know where his story is going to go. It's of course wrapped up in the Brotherhood, and at the moment, at the end of season 1, he's now a hero of the Brotherhood, despite having become disillusioned. So it's going to be really interesting to see where he goes with that. But yeah, all 3 of them are the primary protagonists. Amanda Peterson says, good evening, everyone. Ox, have you heard of Karma, the Dark World? Also, my Fallout knowledge has grown due to your channel and enjoyed your Saturday video. Thank you, Amanda Peterson. Karma, the Dark World. No, this is my first time hearing about it. A cinematic psychological thriller set in a dystopian world where the Leviathan Corporation is omnipresent. Set in the year 1984, East Germany. Wow. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. Preston Garvey says, I'm fine if the show puts things in stone, as long as what happens in the show doesn't affect future games. The show is like watching someone's playthrough. Yeah, and that I think is probably where Todd was most concerned. I think he and the team at Bethesda have an idea for what they want to do with Fallout 5, and their primary concern is that the show doesn't disrupt what they want to do with Fallout 5, right? Which is why they allowed Shady Sands to have what happened to it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really care, I guess, ultimately, if there are big changes, as long as those big changes don't contradict established Fallout lore. And there have been a few choices that they made during the show that did. Brandon Beltfed says, interesting fact about Moses, he had the first tablet that could connect to the cloud. It was multiple tablets, wasn't it? How many, according to Mel Brooks? 3? Brandon, thank you, Brandon Beltfed. Alt Grendel says, time, Oxhorn. Oh my God, is it? You guys get me talking about Fallout and I just forget the time. Robot Boy says, last donation of mine. Personally, I'd love to see a reference to The Chosen One, as out there as it may seem. Wouldn't that be nice? That would be great. Would love that. Brandon Beltfed says, what do you get when you cross a dyslexic, an insomniac, and an agnostic? Someone who lays awake all night wondering if there's a dog. Cheers all. Thank you, Brandon Beltfed. A dyslexic, an insomniac, and an agnostic. Love it. All right. Time to dive into the game. As I said at the beginning of this program, my children's nanny has a cat with a medical emergency. And if you have it in your heart to donate to that surgery fund, I've linked the GoFundMe in the chat. I've pinned it to the top of the chat box. I've also got it in the description of this video. The cat's name is Louie. The cat needs a jaw surgery, an emergency jaw surgery, and I'm sure she and her partner and all of us in the Oxhorn household, of course, would be very grateful if you can help meet their goal. I think their goal is about $6,000 to afford that surgery. So thanks again if you're able to help. All right, we're going to dive on in. Whoop, hold on. Colonel 87th says, no, absolutely no canon with the show. Absolutely not. They're going to ruin it. They should finish the show and then decide. I mean, the thing is, they've had an idea for what they've wanted to do with Fallout 5 for a long time. They had an idea for what they wanted to do with Fallout 4 before they ever finished Fallout 3. So we know that they've got the story sketched out. Like they've got it on paper. They've got the basic bones of the story on paper, and they don't want it ruined. And I think they probably told the showrunners not to mess that up. Enclave Leader says, if they are still out there, what members of Lion's Pride would you love to see make a return? I don't think they're still out there. Remember, Sarah Lyons died shortly after Elder Lyons died, and with her death, Lion's Pride was completely disbanded. I mean, that is never told to us explicitly, but you have to see what happened to the Brotherhood after the deaths of Owen and Sarah Lyons. The Lyons family was vilified. Their legacy within the Brotherhood went down as the people who led the Brotherhood astray. And likely anyone associated with them are going to suffer a similar fate. So is there a Lion's Pride after Maxon takes control? Absolutely not. Are the individual members of Lion's Pride probably still in the Brotherhood somewhere? Maybe, but they are also getting old, so they might not be combat worthy at the time of Fallout 4, and certainly not during the events of the show. But of course, it would be interesting to find out what happened to them all. Milcow with a sticker tip. Thank you very much, Milcow. Calvin Aubrey says, hi, Oxhorn. I got a Pip-Boy from the show. It is so awesome. Did you get one? I did indeed. And in fact, I produced a little video going over all of its bits and features, which I published to YouTube. All right, firing up the game. Okay, here we go. I guess I click this.
Okay, time to figure out what's on this thing.
Okay, there we go. Craig Euler says lights. Thank you, Craig Euler. I almost forgot. 1 second. Thank you, Amanda Peterson, for the reminder. Colonel 87 says, I found a copy of the Fallout 2 strategy guide for $30. Nice, snag it if you can. I bought one for myself as well. I found it on eBay. Okay. Okay, new game, continue, options, credits, quit. Let's see what the options are. Oh. Interesting. Flicker, dialogue, text, speed, screen flicker, resolution. All right, I think I'll just leave all of that default. Credits, quit. Let's do a new game. Okay, continue. But I didn't start a new game. Why am I continuing? I never started a game. Truth Cowgirl Says, hashtag kitty recovery fund. Thank you, Truth Cowgirl. Ooh. Another challenger. It has been ages. Perhaps you have forgotten how this game is played. Allow me to remind you. Play the squirrel card. Okay, there we go. Now play your stoat. Stoats cost 1 blood. Sacrifices must be made? What? Well, hold on. My browser ran out of system memory and I lost the chat. Let me refresh that really quickly. There you go. Thanks again, Truth Cowgirl, for the very generous super chat. Okay, I guess I have to sacrifice the squirrel to play the stoat. An honorable death. Play the stoat. Wolves require 2 sacrifices. You don't have enough. Ring the bell to end your turn and commence combat. Your stoat stands unopposed. The number on the bottom left is its attack power, 1. Your stoat dealt me 1 damage. I added it to the scale. Interesting. You win if you tip my side all the way down. Like this. My turn. Your stoat stands in the way of my coyote, which does 2 damage. My coyote dealt 2 damage to your stoat. That means your stoat's health is 2 less. Yes, I get that. Thank you. If a creature's health reaches 0, it dies. It's your turn again. You may draw from your deck, or you may draw a squirrel. How dull. Fear not, the beast is sacrificed, but not removed from your deck. Its suffering was real, but you will see it again. Really? What? Okay. You may only draw a card at the beginning of your turn. I see. 1 card per turn. Don't be greedy. All right. Well, then I guess my turn is over. Because you are learning, I will pass. Again, the choice, a random card from your deck or the certainty of a squirrel. Well, I guess a random card. River Snapper. You are lacking sacrifices for that creature. Oh, I need 2 blood for that. Oh. Abe180 says, Abe180 with a sticker tip. Thank you so much, Abe180. Colonel 87th says, I'm only missing the original strategy guide and the Brotherhood, I think. Nice. Okay, so I can't do either of those, and I can't play any more cards. I can attack with him, though, can't I? No. All right. There we go. 3 damage dealt. 3 weights on the scale. Pass. Okay. Well, I can't use either of those. I guess I'll take a squirrel. But I need 2 sacrifices, right? What are the stats of the River Snapper? A 1 damage, but a 6 heart. Alright, so I could destroy those 2, but I'll keep the wolf for now. So the River Snapper is for defense. right, end turn. Bingo. You've won this match. They won't all be so easy. All right. Let me recall your story. Oh, yes. You were lost deep in the forest. A single path revealed itself. Two denizens of the forest approached you tentatively. An adder, the caustic adder, damage from its poison bite is always lethal. The undying cat, sacrificing the poor beast, does not kill it. Nice. Only one may grace your paltry deck. Oh, I'm going with the cat. Many lives. When a card bearing this sigil is sacrificed, it does not perish. Oh, cool. I can learn about it. Touch of death. When a card bearing this sigil damages another creature, that creature perishes. Both so good. Each of them only have 1 health. This one doesn't even do any damage, though, and this is an instant death. Well, I like the cat. Another creature joins your caravan. Wow, are we playing caravan now? Some of the creatures of the forest seemed willing to follow you. You came across an abandoned sack. You found a squirrel in a bottle. Break it in case of an emergency. And have a second. Thank you. Another useful implement. I'll allow you to tip the scales with it. There is as much as you can carry. Or 3 is as much as you can carry. All right, so I need to get a bigger bag. Oh, what's that? You were ambushed while crossing some rough terrain. Okay, so we've got a stump here with 3 health. And then I've got a boulder here. So this is the only one where we can actually attack the enemy. You sacrificed me while I was sleeping. It was the right play. I get it. Maybe. You'll help me? What the? Play along for now. Oh my gosh! The stoat talked back to me for sacrificing it? You may now see my moves ahead of time. Oh, he's gonna play that. A wolf cub. Okay, so he's gonna put a wolf cub there, but that's not gonna be able to do anything because I got a boulder in the way. All right, well, let's try a stoat. You were lacking oh, I need a sacrifice for the stoat. Okay. Well, do I want to break those now? Probably not. Alt Grendel says any card may talk to me. Oh dear. I'm just gonna end my turn. Mind the ambitious wolf cub. It ages swiftly. Oh, it's going to turn into a wolf in one turn. Oh my gosh. Okay. He's going to place a bet there, which has 2, and he's only got 1, so... Well, if I place a cat down... Here, let's take a wolf. Nice. So let's try putting a cat down there. Oh, that's right. I got to take blood first. It's going to take him 2 turns to get through that. So the stoat is still guarding me very well there. Probably didn't need to do that. All right, well. The airborne bat flies over creatures to attack directly. What? No! Ha! My bat flew right over your stoat. Okay, well... I could kill it in 1 hit with my stoat. I can't see what he's doing there. This is now a great concern. But I'm still okay because he's got to get through my boulder and this still has 1 life. So I don't need to worry about blocking the wolf until my next turn. So that'll take care of itself. And I'll eventually get through there. All right, and then in my next turn, I'm going to put the river snapper down there. Well, no, it would take 2 hits from that before he gets removed by there. So I could just sacrifice another wolf. All right. Yeah, that'll take 2 attacks. So that just blocks him there. And then now these 2 are attacking. Now there's this. Do I need to use this now? Do I lose it? I'm curious. I mean, I don't need it right now. I think I'm doing really well, but... Ah, what? A well-earned point of damage? Jeez. Ah. Okay, so this is how the game is a horror game. I thought I was gonna, like... I didn't know what to think. I guess I thought I was going to use the pliers to like hang it over there, but no, I pull out a tooth and that weighs it down. I didn't think you would really do it. Oh, yuck. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't need to do that. You prevailed and trekked onwards past the now bloodied terrain, and I lost a tooth. How many times can I do that? Jeez. Okay. The young wolf cub, it grows into a wolf after a single turn. The meek sparrow, an inexpensive if feeble flying creature. Only does 1 damage, has 2 health. But it can fly. And it can do damage from anywhere on the board. It can't be blocked. But it only has 2 health. Ooh. These are both really good. The problem is the wolf cub has to survive long enough to become a wolf. All right. Oh, man. I've got wolves. I want the sparrow. You stumbled into some strange stones in the mist. You were compelled to choose a worthy sacrifice, one that will be lost forever. Oh no. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Cat or sparrow, come on. This sucks. I mean, the cat is great. I need that. I need that sacrifice. So I guess I'll sacrifice the sparrow. Pick me, he says. Really? Why does the stoat want to be sacrificed? All right. If you say so, stoat. What an honor. Oh, it upgrades a card. A ghastly spectacle, but the soul of the sparrow now lives in the stoat. Okay, so I'm not just sacrificing, I'm transferring some of the attributes of that card to another card. This stoat can now fly. Well, okay, I guess that's fine. Behold my totem. It inscribes my canine cards with the airborne sigil. Wow, now he's got flying wolves. Oh my gosh. Me's no care for the rules? Pathetic, really. What was? Only keeps me around to watch me suffer. Hey, I upgraded you, you stinking stoat. A card bearing the sigil will strike an opponent directly, even if there's a creature opposing it. Oh. Coyote. So he's going to play a coyote and a bat. Both which have 1 health and 2 life. No drawing on the first round. Don't you have enough? Okay, fine. All right, well, what if you put it down a flying card in front of another flying card? Technically, both can fly over each other. How then could you ever destroy the flying card? Back on the board. Yes, Stoat. Okay, then I'd have to sacrifice more, so... My totem has granted my coyote the power of flight. River snapper. Oh, crap. I have to sacrifice that. I should have put the cat down first. That should have been my first move. All right, nothing I can do. Ooh, I lost. You've lost. Using this as a learning opportunity may be the only way to mitigate my disappointment. Get up. Get up from the table. All right? Yeah, fine. Fetch me the candlestick from atop the barrel beside the door. Okay. Oh, what the? Bring it here. All right. Now sit back down. Oh, jeez. This is weird, miss. This is weird. Let me explain something to you. That was one of the two mistakes you can make here. If you make another, I must sacrifice you. Now, where were we? Oh my God. Okay, we've got a campfire over here. And then we've got some sort of... Well, let's go here first. The honorary porcupine, sharp quills await those who dare to attack it. The adder, the flighty elk. It moves after attacking. All right. The porcupine is cheap. But the adder is an instant kill. That's really nice. Where's the adder? Okay. Campfire or whatever this is. Let's do whatever this is. Oh, it's an upgrade. Sacrifice. Cat of the adder, come on. Well, I'll sacrifice the adder. And then I'll put in... let's do the river snapper. Nice! Now I've got a deadly river snapper. Cool. All right, fight. Grand Fur is in my way. What is that? Mighty Leap. A card bearing this sigil will block an opposing creature bearing the airborne sigil. Oh, okay. He's got a grizzly. Oh. Well, yeah, I got to put down the cat. I can't play that presently, but my squirrel is free? Why can't I play the cat? Oh, right, because I need to sacrifice it. Okay. Dear God. This is the only way. There's a way out for both of us. It's somewhere in this foul cabin. Be silent or I will tear you to shreds. This spot? You sure? Ooh, actually, yeah, I can't see his cards up there, so yeah, I'm sure. Well, I can't really put anything down because I still have 2 cards that are working their magic. I guess I'll take a squirrel. That bear was all he had, really? All right. Okay, we survive. Now, ahead of us are 2 pathways. We've got a new card, and then either a bag or a campfire. I still don't know what the campfire does, but I also don't know what a bag does, and the amount of goodies we can have on the board are limited by our bag. So let's try that. Grizzly! The monstrous grizzly. Its form speaks enough of its efficacy. A skunk. The reviled skunk. Its stench reduces the strength of the enemy. The proud wolf. A vicious contender. Ooh, what was that? What was that a mushroom? I've got 2 wolves already. But 3? It does 0 damage, though. The creature opposing a card bearing the sigil loses 1 power. So it can essentially knock a card, make a card less important. I mean, the likelihood of me getting a grizzly on the board is slim, because I'd have to sacrifice a cat, and then sacrifice a squirrel, and then sacrifice something else on the board to get a grizzly. Yeah, I'm gonna go with a grizzly anyway. Okay, back. A rock may get you out of a hard place. Throw a boulder. A powerful item. Turn this and I'll skip my next turn. Its bleeding yields 3 blood. If you can ignore the bleeding, yay! It gives me 3 blood, which means I can play my grizzly. Choose one. Ah. Vicky T says, remember you can sacrifice for an ability later and power up cards. Yeah, that's true, but only when I land on the appropriate shrine. I guess I'll go with the black goat. A gust from this may lift your creatures into the air, if only for a turn. Let's do the boulder. If you deem it necessary, you may cut up to one of my cards with these. Yep. Feeling overburdened enough with a full 3 items, we carried on. Okay. The trees seemed to close in around me as a chill mist descended. In the distance, we could hear the clinking of metal on stone. A horrible figure stood in my path. Oh, it's a mask. Hee-haw! 'Twas the prospector. He's doing the prospector again. Easy, boss. The mule's key. The mule's key? Coyote pack mule. The mule's key? How is the mule key? I see, because it moves around and it has 5 health. Okay. What, he didn't like that? Is he judging me? Ack. Okay, I really need to get the cat. Because I can't do anything here. But I don't know if that's going to be a cat. I could sacrifice the stoat, though. So the coyote has 2 damage. He's going to kill my stoat in 1 hit if I leave the stoat there. The river snapper now is an instant death. So whatever he attacks instantly dies, but he's 2 blood. So well, they can't get me that turn. Because that's in the way, and I'm going to lose that stoat anyway if I do that. well use it for blood. Wow, seriously, he says? All right. Okay. Well, I don't want to sacrifice anymore, so I really need the cat. There we go. Oh, but I gotta... so I can't place it down this turn. Because I need a squirrel. Hey, what's that? Oh, nice. The secret is in the mule. Dagnabbit, my mule. Well, what have I got here? Cat, squirrel, sparrow, adder, and porcupine. Goodness. I could get 3. Oh, but I don't have enough room on there for 3. But I could do it one at a time. All right. Thorny rebuke. All right, 1. Okay. Well, in which case I didn't have to do that. So since I drew 2, well, but that's only got 1. Oh, I should have put that there. Okay. Hope you didn't think it would be that easy. Oh no. There's gold in them cards. nugget. Gold nugget. What? Gold! I've struck gold! What does that mean? He destroyed my cards! Oh no! And I just got some great cards down there too. Bloodhound! What is that? Guardian. When an opposing creature is placed opposite to an empty space, a card bearing this sigil will move to that empty space. Well, I can't sacrifice these. I just gotta wait for them to be attacked, which means that he's gonna have a couple of turns to throw down cards. Which means I should fill my hand with squirrels. Because, yeah, alright. I'm out of space, yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh. Alright, but he's only got 1 health and he's got 2, so that'll sacrifice him. But it will kill that. But I need 2 blood to do it. And I don't have it. Unless I can do it 1 at a time. I can't. Both of them have to be on the board at the same time. So I'm going to pull another squirrel. And put my boulder. For now. Well, this isn't what I had hoped. I can't put the grizzly down here because if I do, he's going to get killed by the adder, which is a one-hit kill. So whatever I need to put down there, but I'll never be able to play the grizzly until I get more of these slots to open up. And I have no indication that that's going to happen. So I need to save the black goat if I'm ever going to use the grizzly. But I don't have enough spots to sacrifice enough creatures. I mean, I could just put a squirrel down and not sacrifice him. And I have infinite squirrels, right? Yeah. that'll leave me open. So what I can do this turn is advance it. Snake is going to kill my squirrel. Dog is going to kill my rock. That's going to free up 2 slots. I can then plop another squirrel down to block the adder, and I'll have this slot open. I can then use the black goat to give me the grizzly and start attacking that way. Oh! Oh! And that'll get rid of the dog. But if I sacrifice those 2 to put down the adder, I'm going to leave 1 slot open. But that does 4 damage. And I can always cut up a card. Whoa! Time for some overkill. Boom! Woo! Okay. Allow me to light your candle once more. I won't be killing you quite yet. Yay, I got one of my candles back. Hooray! You're the first in a while to overcome a boss. As a reward, you are granted an opportunity to select a rare card. Choose carefully. Strange larva. A largely unimpressive specimen. What is this? A card bearing this sigil will grow into a more powerful form after 1 turn on the board. Well, what's it going to grow into? Oh, what's it going to grow into? Uriuli. This level of brutish strength needs no explanation. 7 life, 7 attack, 4 blood. That's the entire board. I would have to put 4 squirrels down, or 3 squirrels and a cat to summon the Uriuli. Just so hard. Child 13. Poor abandoned child. It does not die when sacrificed, but do you have the heart to try? Sacrifice a child? It's an animal. It's a child animal. It's like a baby animal, but still. What? Oh, okay. Well, this is just, I mean, it's brutish and awesome, but I'll never get an opportunity to play it. This is just like the cat. Now, this is interesting. Strange larva. It only costs 1. I'm going larva. Okay. With sound of the prospector's pickaxe still ringing in my ears, we carried onwards. ... The rank smell of rot and mold permeated the humid air. Every step forward was answered by some nearby slip or slither. You tread cautiously into the wetlands. Okay, so I'm going to get a card from this. I can pick things from a bag here or go to a campfire. What does a campfire do? I guess I have to find out. Adder. Raven egg. A nascent raven. It is no less conniving in its incubation. Or a river otter. The elusive otter. It submerges itself during my turn. Interesting. That's really clever. So it can disappear during my turn, and it's on the board and it can never be killed, essentially. So the raven grows into something more impressive. Well, I don't have a card like this yet. Let's try the river otter. And since we haven't been to a campfire yet, let's do campfire. You came across a small group of survivors. Faces shrunken from starvation, they huddled around a campfire. They looked upon our group of creatures and beckoned. Come, warm one of your creatures by the fire, one said. Warm it by the fire. That will enhance its power, said another. You noticed one of the survivors wiping drool from their mouth. +1 to what? +1 to what? Wow, are they gonna eat my animal? I guess I'll try one of the wolves. The fire warmed the poor wolf, enhancing its power. Okay, so it got +1 to attack. One of the survivors reached toward it. Another gnashed their teeth. Without a word, you pulled the wolf away from the fire and left. Okay, well, it was scary, but it didn't devour my creature. Okay, fight. Strange larva. B and B. Well, strange pupa. Oh, it's gone from larva to pupa. Dear God, how many turns? One more turn. Oh, but I gotta sacrifice something for the cat. Oh, already? Gosh. All right. How disappointing. Wow, those bees really, they sneak up on you. Elk fawn, the nascent fawn, it quickly grows into an elk. The inviolable beehive, when it's attacked, you will draw a bee. River otter. I like the beehive. Okay, 3 options. I can upgrade a card's attack, I can get some things to help me, or I can upgrade a card. Well, I mean, I lost that last battle because I got a really bad hand. I couldn't place anything. And I couldn't place down any blocks either. So maybe I need some backpack stuff. Squirrel, scissors, fan. Let's do a squirrel. Black goat. Squirrel. Okay, what's this? Oh. It's me. A card bearing this sigil will grow into a more powerful form after 1 turn on the board. So it's the bees, but harder. Great. Oh, I shouldn't have put the cat there. Crap. Total misplay. Yeah, I put the cat in the wrong spot. Hold your breath. Grizzly. Boom. How brutal of me. You dealt me more damage than you needed to win. However, in my game, such feats are rewarded. To be precise, a tooth to keep for each extra damage dealt. The trapper may be interested in your spoils. Ooh. I got a tooth to keep. Nice. So it pays to go above and beyond. All right, so you must make a different kind of choice now. Choose not a specific beast, but decide the cost that you wish to pay. 1, 2, or 3. It's hard enough to get a 3-blood thing on the board. I'm gonna do 1. An elk fawn. Okay. What were you expecting? Okay, so if I go down here, I can upgrade a card, and I'm forced into a battle. If I go over here, I can refill my bag, but I fight a mini-boss. Either way, I can go this way or that way. Let's go this way. Okay, let's sacrifice. Anytime this is struck, I get a B. Yeah, let's sacrifice that. And then what do I want to attach it to? The grizzly? Every time the grizzly is struck, a bee forms? I mean, I want something with a lot of health to maximize the bees that I get. And yet the grizzly's going to be difficult because I rarely get an opportunity. Let's do the grizzly anyway. Okay, battle. Kingfisher and a coyote. Oh, this has 2 abilities. It can fly and it can hide. What? How am I supposed to deal with that? Oh my gosh, like how do I deal with that? And the sparrow can fly as well. Well, I either have to... Yeah, I'm gonna have to go for my squirrels. So I could get 3, but that's not going to help unless I get a 1. But I might get a 1, but I won't if I pull a squirrel. So. Oh, there's the grizzly. But I need 3 for that. And I don't have my cat. Instant death. I mean, I can at least block that. I can't block those because they can fly and hide. I mean, what do I do at that point? Jeez. Oh, I'm done. My candles are gone. Is that the end of the game? Alas, it is time for you to perish. What? You aren't dead yet. This isn't purgatory. Though you may think of it that way. Before you expire, I must ask you a favor. I would like a memento. Your very own death card. It's quite plain at the moment, isn't it? We will work together to amend that. I want this to be the perfect memento of you. Here are some cards from your mediocre deck. Ouch! We can put them to good use. Please choose a card to draw the cost from. Okay, let's try. Cost of 1 blood from the cat. And another. This time I will use its power and health. The numbers. Four power and 2 health from the wolf. Now choose a card from which we will extract the sigils. I could do the death. Let's try this. Have it grow into a tougher creature for only 1. Sigil of Sprinter and a Sigil of Fledgling from the Elk Fawn. I never did ask your name. There is now but one final matter. The portrait. Are you ready? You do not need to smile. Here we go again. Another challenger. What? What? Am I all the way back at the beginning now? Perhaps it is time, perhaps you can understand bones. The resourceful opossum costs 2 bones. You gain a bone when one of your creatures perishes for any reason. From the death of your creature, you have gained a bone. You will not lose this until it is spent, or the battle ends. Okay, well, I can't do either of these. Okay. Bullfrog. I gotta kill my bony guy for the bullfrog. So if I die twice, I start all the way back? Oh. I forgot your figurine. Get up and fetch it for me. It's beside the safe. Huh. Twelve, 3, 6. Okay. Is this somehow related to the code? Well, we don't have a 12. Twelve, 3, 6. I mean, if I substitute 12 for 0, that might be it. Can I move these around? I can't. Well, maybe that's not the code. Is this the code? I've got 0 to 0, 1. That doesn't make sense either. Oh, what's this? Mighty Leap, a card bearing the sigil. Oh, okay. Bifurcated strike. All right, so this is just a book. Okay. All right, well, that's 336, as chat has suggested. I mean, that's assuming that we read it clockwise. 330? 330? But then why is there... Oh, maybe that's the second hand. Well, which one is the second hand? It could be 615. You might want to take a closer look at the book, says the chat. Thank you, AI Radio. All right. Mighty Leap. 273. Oh, my God. Stinkbug. Oh, hello. I wasn't sure if I would ever escape that iron crypt. Is the stoat around? The stunted wolf? This madness must end. Put that away. Key. Okay, I found a key. Can I get the key? I can't get the key. All right. Is there anything else in the... All right, I'm not seeing any other secrets written in the book. All right. Let us continue. The meager coyote, but what did you expect for only 4 bones? The nefarious rattler, a brittle creature, once past its monstrous fangs. The unkillable cockroach, it returns to your hand after dying. Nice. 4 bones. Good cockroach. You know you're free to get up again. To keep your blood flowing. I am no tyrant. You may stand whenever the map is unrolled. It allows me time to plan your next encounter. But do keep your hands off my possessions. Well, well, well. What? What am I supposed to do here? 1-1. Oh. Skink. I forgot that I had put that there. Very well. You may add it to your deck, and I'll deal with you one every so often. Okay. A skink. Interesting. Oh, but that goes back. Well, it made it. If that's 1, and that's 2, but then that's 1, then it must be those 2. What? Oh. That's 3. That's back down to 2. Because that's 3. 1, 2, 3. But we got to do 5. You have to try and do 5 damage, says AI Radio. But to which side? So that's only 2 damage. Oh, okay. So, I see. So those negate themselves. So that's going to be 1. Well, that doesn't make sense because I'm doing 1 damage here. Oh no, it's blocked. If that's there instead, then I'm doing 1 damage. Right. I can't move that one. Maybe I can't solve this because I can't move that one. Worker ant. Formidable creatures, those ants. Very well, I will add them to your deck and make them available for future challengers. Okay. Ah! Oh, no! Okay, I can't move that. What does the ant do? I mean, that puts me at 4. I don't know how I did it, but I did it. A caged wolf. 6. But I'm already at 1 here. That puts me at 2. Okay, those can't be moved. That can't be moved. But I can't go sideways, can I? Okay, well, whatever. I did it. I have no idea. Without having met her, this wood carving is meaningless. In time, you will understand its power. Well, okay. I solved that. Ooh. Hello. So I snuffed out a candle and the smoke went up here to this light, but now I can't interact with that at all. Okay, I solved the safe. I solved that. Looks like there's a lot more that I need to solve, but I can't do that just yet. All right. Some bone tokens for a rainy night. Or a boulder or a tooth. Okay. Well, this doesn't require... What's that? The creature opposing a card bearing this sigil loses 1 power. Oh, 2 bones. A card bearing this sigil will block an opposing creature bearing the airborne sigil. Oh, nice. Yeah, it was those bees that tore me up. And look, there's one with the airborne sigil. All right, well. And I need 2 bones for that, huh? Where's my blood at? I could sacrifice that one, but I don't want to waste it. So that blocked it, but I'd have to do 2 damage to kill it. It's just not a good hand. It's not a good hand. Well, this one, the creature opposing a card bearing the sigil loses 1 power. I mean, I could make these 0, but they're currently opposed right now, so. Well, I've got my bones. I'll save him in case he puts something down. But is that his entire hand? I think that might be his entire hand. Okay. Two blood for the wolf. Ugh. That at least means that he's going to do 0 to me. And then once that's dead, well, no, I would need 2 blood for that. Okay. I could get 2 blood that way. Oh, he concedes. Wow. You may accept my surrender, or you may finish this match the slow way. What? What happens if I take his olive branch there? I mean, I get more teeth from him if I go over and beyond the damage necessary to destroy him, right? So what do I gain by taking the olive branch? Well, yeah, you're right. Verip says find out. There's only one way to find out. Okay, so I gain nothing. So there's no positive reason for accepting the olive branch. I should keep playing to do as much damage to him as possible. Coyote, Oxhorn, and a sparrow. That's me? That's my photo, huh? That's what I look like. At the end of the owner's turn, a card bearing this sigil will move in the direction inscribed. Oh, so it'll continue to move right. That's a weird... All right, well, I'll take it. Starving survivors around a campfire. Warmth will enhance its power. The other is licking his lips. Okay. No way. Oh, let's see. Cool. As one of the survivors began to pull a knife from the pocket, we withdrew. Right. Ant Queen. I never did get a good look at that. Ant Spawner. When a card bearing this sigil is played, an ant is created in your hand. Ooh. Skink. When a card bearing this sigil would be struck, a tail is created in its place. This is such a creative game. Wow. And a card bearing the sigil moves to the right. What a creative game. Okay. Can't be killed. 4 bones, though. Or a squirrel. Well, I can at least get a skink down. Could cash in my bones, but I think I want to save them for a boss. Wait, unless there's I didn't take a look to see if there was a bag coming up. Can I have more than 3? It's hard to call it cowardly. I need to kill that cub before it grows into a wolf. Alpha. Leader. Creatures adjacent to a card bearing the sigil gain 1 power. Oh no. So the alpha is going to move down here and increase the power of the wolf. So I got to kill this wolf as soon as possible. But no, now my wriggling tail does 0 damage. I can't even kill it with the skink. Crap. that give me blood? It will give me blood. Power in numbers, the Ants' Creed. The value represented with this sigil will be equal to the number of ants that the owner has on their side of the table. Oh. Oh. Well, I mean, it's enough to kill the wolf cub. Right, I'll let it play. Oh, after it loses its tail, it can't lose it again. Okay, so I could sacrifice the skink to put something in its place to get rid of the alpha. And that'll give me my 4th bone for the cockroach. Okay. Another worker ant. Cool. That'll kill the alpha. And there's my cockroach. Nice. Bingo! All right. Skunk. Mantis. The fervid mantis. Its prying claws strike both to the left and the right. Oh, wow. Moose buck. The regal moose. The creatures of the wild make way for it. At the end of the owner's turn, a card bearing this sigil will move in the direction inscribed in the sigil. Creatures in the way will be pushed in the same direction. So, up? Or right? Pushes it to the right. So if I set that down on the left, it'll move all cards on the board 1 to the right. Okay. Strike opposing space to the left and the right. Loses 1 power. Well, I mean, getting 3 blood is tricky. The mantis sounds interesting, but it only does 1 damage. Still, I can upgrade it later. All right, I don't need to go to the bag. I still have a bag full of stuff. So let's go upgrade a card. Let's sacrifice a card. The choice is yours. Thank you. I don't know if I like the Oxhorn card I made. I want to upgrade this one. That would be really cool. If I could put that on a card that has more, like a wolf, because this is only 1/1. So let's sacrifice it to get the bonus. Wait, didn't the stoat have 1? Oh no, that was in my last game. Yeah, it's got to be... Or I could do this because it's only one. No, let's do that. Wolf. Nice. Oh, I love the attitude of the stoat. Caged wolf. What happens if it gets out of the cage? So it's basically just a block that I place down. Until the cage is broken, and then the wolf comes out. Okay, squirrel, stoat. Porcupine, coyote. The boulder will hold the porcupine back for a little bit. The stump is in my way. The porcupine is going to hurt me if I attack it, and it's got 2 health. So... Alright. Keep me alive, he says. Well, I need 2 blood for that. And I need 2 bones for that. Okay. Enough, he says. Oh, what do we got here? Another porcupine coming down. So I'm gonna want to eventually block that. But he can only do 1 damage. Until he's attacked. He'll get rid of that boulder in 2 turns. I think I'm going to wait until the next turn, because this squirrel won't die next turn. I don't think. Oh yeah, it will, and I'll lose my opportunity to sacrifice it. But at least it blocks it for a turn and I get a bone. Chad is saying to sacrifice for the wolf in the stoat's place. All right. Oh, come on. All right, so if he gets attacked, he can't attack. And now I've got enough for the opossum, but he's got 2 health, and that's only got 1 health. So he's going to die really fast. I'd like to save the possum for the coyote. But there's a boulder in the way of the coyote. So I have to put the possum down to sacrifice him, essentially. Man, the opossum is expensive for what it is. Okay, well. Oh, there's a sparrow on the board. But it can't do anything right now. Not yet, at any rate. 4! But that would only help me if I actually had something that I wanted to put down, which I don't. So crap, I don't have, I mean, I'd have to block it. It's the only thing I can do for right now. Well, I still can't put the cockroach down. I could if I take my bones. It gets placed in my hand, but it's 4 bones each time, which is really expensive. It only does 1 damage though, so it'll save me from the coyote. But I'd have to break that open in order to do it. Unless I do a squirrel. Oh! I have to play a card to sacrifice. Oh, I wanted to get the bone. Oh, man. All right. And then every turn moves to the right, I guess. Well, then ideally I'd want to put that there. But there's nothing blocking it over there, so. All right. At least it does 4 damage. It's going to get through that stump in 2 turns. Okay. I've got 4 bones. But I don't have any room to play. Okay, there it is. All right, now I have to... What's this one again? Oh yeah, I gotta choose 1 bone, 1 blood, or 3 blood. You know what? I don't have very many 1 bone cards. Let's do a 1 bone card. The pernicious vulture, a tyrant of the skies. That's my only option? 8 bones? A card bearing this sigil will strike an opponent directly, even if there is a creature opposing it. All right. So it does 3 damage, it's got 3 health, but it costs 8 bones? Dale Turn on YouTube says, hey Oxhorn, what are we playing tonight? Also, when do you go live nowadays? I go live on Thursdays between 8 and 9 o'clock Pacific time. And today we're playing, I forget the name of it. What's it called? Inscription. We're playing a game called Inscription. It's, I guess I didn't really know what to expect. It's not quite what I expected, but it's a very interesting kind of horror-esque card/strategy game. Okay, well, I guess I'm taking the turkey vulture. Well, at least we can refill our bag. bones. Boulder. Oh, just 2? My boss battles are high stakes tests of my aptitude. With one flame, you will either overcome them or die. Well, then what's the point? What's the point in surviving if you're just going to take away one of my flames when I get there? Fear not, I will let you keep the smoke. The smoke. Oh. The incessant clank, clank, clanking reverberated between my ears. The path ahead was blocked by a grotesque figure. 'Twas the prospector! Hee-haw! I can't believe they make me fight the same boss over and over again as I build my deck. All right, the smoke. When a card bearing this sigil dies, 4 bones are awarded instead of 1. Oh. So many bones. But it's only got 2 health. That's the problem. Ah. Eight bones. How many bones do I have? It's a 4-bone or less card that I can place down here. Or I could take it out, but then that'll go there. With the wolf. I can take it out with the wolf, but then the coyote's gonna kill it. But I'll kill the pack mule. But I'll kill the pack mule in 1 hit with my next attack from Oxhorn. So I could put the wolf there. That'll one-shot the coyote. But then the coyote's going to come down here and kill my wolf. And I don't have enough blood for it anyway. Could put a boulder down. Which I may do after I draw. Yeah, I'll have to do that. nabbit. There's gold in them there cards. Okay. Well, I just don't have any blood. The mole. When an empty space would be struck, a card bearing this sigil will move to that space to receive the strike instead. And I don't have enough spots. Okay. Alright, well, he's got an adder that's going to one-shot my guy here in a second. I can't play anything, so... But I could always put a boulder down as soon as the nugget is gone. Save myself more time. There we go. Okay. Let me relight your candles. Yay! Very well. You may choose a rare card. Long elk? I have no words for this freak of nature. A long elk? 4 bones. It's an instant kill, and it moves to the right. Weird. Okay. Child 13, and then strange larva. I never did get to see what the strange larva turns into, did I? Well, let's try child 13 this time. Okay, we've been there before, and it's into the moss area. Oh, this is interesting. We've got a path straight. What's that X? River otter, sparrow, or bullfrog. The watchful bullfrog. It leaps in the way of attacking flyers. Think I'll go bullfrog. Let's see what this is. You came across some familiar stones, but there was something different. You intuited that the fate of the creature selected for this would not be pleasant. All right. Do what you must. Pick something else. The fate would not be pleasant. Why? I don't know what it does. Why? It doesn't tell me. Let's try the skink. It's been moderately useful. I don't know what's gonna happen though. You callously slaughter the skink. However, the Bone Lord was pleased by your sacrifice. And I got a minor boon of the Bone Lord. You will start each battle with 1 extra bone. That's it. You shook off the viscera of the poor skink and carried onwards. Well, now I know what that is, and I don't think I like it. Whoa! Child 13 just got sacrificed. What? Does not perish. Oh, it got sacrificed and turned into an actual attacking creature. Wow, cool. I like Child 13. But only if it's sacrificed. Okay, we've got an adder coming up here, but it's gonna die soon. That also will die. Shoot. I guess I didn't think that through. And I don't have anything in my bag, and I've only got 1 bone. It requires 4 bones. Oh, but there we go. Yay, that ends it. River otter, mantis, cat. Let's go with another cat. Okay, if we go down this path, I actually get things in my bag. We have a regular boss. Then I have to choose a new card and then a campfire. Here we get a campfire, a fight with a weird sigil, pick a new card, then I upgrade a card. Let's go this way. So strange. Why can't I remember his name? I believe I lost some of my memory in the flash. Look, there's a third talking card somewhere around here. Personally, I hate the guy. Biggest killjoy ever. But he's the only one of us with a plan to get things back to normal. All right, so I gotta find the third talking card. Okay, let's see. What do we got? We got a bee. No, I hate the bees. Bee and a bullfrog. Oh, the stump is gonna block creatures that fly. Nice. Or no, it's a grand fir. Okay, so the grand fir will protect me for at least 3 rounds. Where's my bullfrog? But it's opposing that one, so it's not like I can attack it. That removes the damage. I could put that there. But that requires 2 bones, which I could get by sacrificing. That requires 1 blood. But I don't have any other ants in my hand, so it currently does 0 damage. Or a stoat. Well, that'll effectively neuter that, which is what I want. So... Oh, but I won't be able to sacrifice it because it requires bones. I see. That's okay. I can put down that. Okay. Let's put down the squirrel. Sacrifice it for the stove. The stink bug. There. So he's got another bee coming. And he's got a mantis over here, which is going to be able to attack my stink bug over there. Caged wolf. I'll be able to plop it down there. But no, it won't be able to block these sky attacks. Shoot. What I really wanted is the bullfrog. But that requires 2. Okay, well, that did what it was supposed to do. I now have 3 bones. Once a card bearing this sigil is struck, a bee is created in your hand. Ugh. Fucking beehives. Well, that's gonna die. Okay, well. Child 13. That'll make the bullfrog worthless. Freaking bees, man. But the bee will be dead next turn, thanks to the stout. The bullfrog will be dead next turn, thanks to the stink bug. It's that bee that I need to get rid of. 3 turns for the caged wolf. Nick at night says, sacrifice the caged wolf or let it die in battle. There's goodies to be had. Yeah. He's got 3 hearts left. I could sacrifice the caged wolf and the bee to put down child 13. Which will then take, but then it won't take out that bee. Oh, so I could put down, I could put down the possum. Yeah, the next turn this is going to start racking things up, and I'm only going to be hit this once. So if I just keep going right now, I win. Yeah, okay. Not so bad. Two, three, or a bone. Let's try two. Rat King. The tragic Rat King. When their tangled bodies become corpses, you will gain 4 bones. Okay, so upon death, I get 4 bones. Got a couple more fights until the boss here. What do we got? A kingfisher, 2 kingfishers, and a coyote. The kingfishers are what killed me previously because they can dive. So I need to put a mantis here. But no, they hide. How do you kill something that hides? Oh, opposing creatures attack. So if I put a mantis here, it could kill the kingfishers when they're hidden. But do I have a mantis? Oh no. This is gonna block the kingfishers for a brief period of time. Well, I thought the bullfrog blocked the flying. I thought the bullfrog blocked it. Ah. And of course, when I need my wolf or my mantis, I'm not getting it. So I'm gonna get hit once. No, twice. Because of the sparrow. So that'll be 2 more teeth. I don't know how to counter that. All right, well, that's all of my consumables. I've got 3 bones. I'd have to sacrifice one of those. In order to put the Ant Queen down. Or I can draw and hope that I get a bone thing. No, this is protecting me from one of them, so I can't put it down just yet. Right. Well, take a card. The Stoat. And I don't want to sacrifice any of those. There we go. By the skin of my teeth. All right, what's this? I don't think I've been to this yet. We arrive at the inky black mouth of a cave. A strange beast lurked within. I spoke, "Pass one of my trials," or it spoke, "Pass one of my trials and I will be yours," in a raspy voice. 3 creatures will be drawn from your deck. They will decide your success or failure. It spoke again, but first you will choose a trial. The Trial of Bones, the 3 drawn cards must cost at least 5 bones combined to pass. The Trial of Blood, the 3 drawn cards must cost at least 4 blood combined to pass. Or the Trial of Power, the 3 drawn cards must have at least 4 attack power combined to pass. I guess I'm gonna go attack power. Let the Trial of Power begin. Ah! Had I done bones, man, I would have knocked that out of the park. Failure. Lame. That was so lame. I've done the bullfrog. I've done the stoat. Let's try this guy. Oh man, I can't get a backpack before this? Ah. A foul smell invaded my nostrils and caused my throat to seize. A hulking man sat by a brackish pond with his feet submerged in the dark water. He pulled a hook from a pile of rotting fish and rose to his feet. I am the angler. Go fish. The angler. Mind his hook. Play a squirrel or something when he aims it. That will protect your best cards. Oh. How do I know when he's going to aim his hook? Which fish hard chews? Okay, is that him aiming his hook? So I need to play a squirrel? It's a card, says Verl. Cracking? What? Does that mean he's gonna snatch my card? Okay, so this guy said that I should place a squirrel when he aims his hook. But it looks like he's aiming his hook at this guy right here. So if I remove the card, then he gets nothing. So should I sacrifice the card, or should I play a squirrel? Play the squirrel, says chat. Okay. Fresher fish, easy choose. Oh, I see. I guess I don't understand why he goes towards the squirrel. Like, what's the logic behind that? If I play something else now, will it ruin it? Oh, he takes it. Mine now, go fish. I see. Go fish. Ooh, what was that? Bait bucket, bait bucket, bait bucket.
What?
Okay, I could get the caged wolf down. If I sacrifice my worker ant. Or if I place down a squirrel. Great White, no! Great White, no! Oh my God! Oh, shoot! Oh, and they go underwater? What do I even do? Oh no! But he had bait buckets in front of everything. And he's got a bait bucket there as well, so, I mean, I'd have to use flying ones. Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't draw blood from a caged wolf. Oh my God. Oh, what do I even do? I wish my caged wolf was right there. Go fish, he says. No! I got killed by the angler. Am I being 3D printed? Like, what is that? Stay there. No need to move. I am afraid you're not dead yet. Hold still. Where did I put that camera? Pathetic. Do you really think I would leave film in there? Do you have any idea what the camera is capable of? Give me that. We have a memento to create. Behold your death card. Shall we begin to ink it? Yeah. Choose a card to draw the cost from. One blood. Power and health as the numbers. All right. Well, I guess this. Sigils. Well, it can be sacrificed indefinitely, or it defends from flying. Let's try defense from flying. Cheese! Are you prepared for what lies ahead? Be impaled on the angler's hook like the one who came before? Seems the lowly stink bug has made his way in. But it's dealt, so it stands. Ugh. These have changed now. Oh, I can change this. Interesting. More smoke. Still no idea what that does. Oh. The eyes are on now. What did that do? Oh, I did it! Well, somehow, does it fit? Okay. I got a ring, but there's also something down here. Ah, I just don't want to do that. Well, what does the ring mean? Okay, so that goes there. This wolf fits right there. So I need to somehow get the wolf. But it's in a cage. And every time I come back here, one of these candles is lit, and when I snuff it out, the smoke lingers in here. But what it does, I don't know. Blue Thunder says, so when you lose, that guy knock you down, drag you into a room, then asks you to create your own card, and then when he takes a photo of you, capture you into a card, do you play as someone else? I think we do play as someone else, yeah, or a different version of the person we were, or something like that. Oh, do we do this again? Okay. It's empty. All right, well, interesting. I think I'll save it here. How do I save? Last saved 4 minutes ago. All right, well, I'm out of time. Thanks, everybody, for joining. That's a really intriguing game. Don't know if I want to play it again. Especially because every time you die, you have to play the same path through the book over and over again, meeting the same bosses over and over again. And I don't like it when games do that. I get it, this kind of game, you're developing your deck, you're understanding the gameplay, you're becoming more powerful, and once your deck is good enough, you'll be able to navigate through. But I don't like it when a game forces you to die in order to understand a new game mechanic, and then punishes you for that death by making you replay everything you've already played all over again. And sure, it's procedurally generated, so it's not exactly the same. It's going to be slightly different throughout each one, but not different enough, in my opinion. So I'm not sure if I want to play it again. But let me know in the comments below once the video is live on YouTube what you think, if you want me to continue, or if I should try something else. Thanks, everybody, for joining. It was a really creative game. Love the creativity. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and I'll see you soon with more lore videos and more live streams. Bye-bye.